Several years ago, I worked at a value village on Evergreen Way when I was just released from prison for armed robbery. Value Village is a second-hand store, a good part-time job. It helped me maintain my sobriety. I was able to obtain a steady income and get off the streets after saving my first 2 paychecks. I met the only couple of people that have ever been kind to me there. My boss, Anthony, and my closing partner, TT, aka Little T or T. Rest in peace, T. This story takes place probably 15, 17 years ago, and she was as close to dust as you could get when I met her. The bad part, this value village was as haunted could be. I do believe that now. The city itself, it's a miserable mess. Maybe it was the city that was haunted, and the ghost just waltzed around wherever. I'm pretty sure that every community has a well-off part of town and a poor part of town. This area is at the very tip of the poor spectrum. You can't get much more grimy than Evergreen Way. A random night, as a closer, is close to the end of the night. No more shoppers. I'm cleaning aisles and reorganizing the items that people decided they didn't want but couldn't bother to bring themselves to put it where they found it. T's out on a smoke break. I'm close to the front of the store. While I'm sweeping around the jewelry section, I hear a very familiar squeak. I look up, and I see one of the shopping carts slowly moving down an aisle 3 or 4 rows down. All of the carts had these long red poles connected to them to deter people from shoplifting or taking the carts altogether. I stand there, and I watch this thing squeak from one end to the other before coming to a stop. Again, I'm at the front of the store. I would have seen someone enter. Still, I say, "Hello?" But nobody answers, so I return to what I was doing. A few seconds later, when my back's turned away, a distant wheel began to clunk and squeak again. I spin around. I watch the same shopping cart moving back just as slowly as it had the first time. That makes the hair stand up on my arms. Holding the broom like a katana, I walk to the aisle that the carts were sitting in. When I get there, the aisles are empty. Panning my head around, I quickly notice that a lot of shopping carts are slowly moving, coming to life. Moving in various directions in the aisle. I decided I didn't really want any part of what was going on there, so I turned around. This didn't help me from screaming like a child, though. As I turned to walk away, I could hear the carts escalating in speed behind me. I let out a yip more cowardly than I'd like to admit as I left the aisle with the carts. Right around the corner is T. I practically collided with her and we both screamed. She asked me what the hell I was doing running around and making noise. I told her straight up, "Those shopping carts are possessed." Without hesitation, I walked her over to turn the corner into the possessed aisle. Of course, they weren't moving. But that's when T says, "Yo, I know." Apparently, this has happened to her a few times. Why she never told me, I don't know. But now, she told me she'd practically been hit with these carts in the past, that they'd clipped the back of her legs one night while working alone. As she's telling me this, several red poles of several shopping carts begin to vibrate and shake. The two of us stood there, watching as the shopping carts continued to tremble. It was like an invisible force was forcefully trying to communicate with us through these objects. T and I exchanged a couple of glances, mine more nervous than hers. Even with the moral support of someone else, I didn't know what to do next. As the vibrations intensified, T suddenly spoke out. When I gave her a look like, "What the hell are you doing?" she told me that she knew this place was haunted. She said as much, and then she asked the ghosts to talk to her. Followed it up with, "What do you need?" I'll give her some credit. It took me from scared to entertained pretty quick. It's hard to say exactly what I believed in that moment, but I certainly didn't think I was going to be speaking with ghosts. T stuck out her arms in front of her, as if she knew what was going to happen next. To my personal astonishment, at the same time the vibrations ceased. The carts were becoming still. It was as if they were waiting for whatever T was doing. I noticed her eyes were closed. I watched as she took a deep breath and began speaking softly. At the moment, though, it just kind of looked like something crazy. Before I knew it, she was whacking me on the shoulder and whispering for me to close my eyes. So I did. And T was asking questions, whispering things and being still. Took everything in me to keep my eyes closed and show some patience. I heard the rustling of tags hanging on items nearby. The air felt different, and I couldn't help it. I couldn't keep my eyes closed any longer. I opened my eyes the moment I heard a faint whisper echo through the space. It was barely audible, but distinct enough for me to hear. It said, "Harper." Well, I thought it said Harper, but after scolding me for opening my eyes, T said that she was sure it said, "Help her." For a moment, we lightly argued about what the voice could have said, but I was feeling increasingly more uncomfortable. It's not like it was malevolence I felt, but I wasn't experienced in talking with ghosts. Long story short, I wanted to go home. In a series of whispers and my inability to distinguish T's from the spirits, I asked that we speed this along and get to finishing closing. T asked if I wanted to just go, that she would stay behind. I considered it, but she laughed, saying that all the whispers had subsided anyway, jokingly blaming me for scaring them away. That night, T told me about her various experiences in the store, and then she told me that if I could hear those whispers too, it likely wouldn't be the last time that I experienced something. And well, T, rest in peace, my friend. And though I know you're not around to know it, I don't know how these things work. You were right. Fast forward, I still live in the same town 15 plus years later, and the store itself still exists. I work for the company that's hired to do landscaping for this portion of the city, and one day over the last year I decided to pop inside to see my old boss. I wanted to see if he was working. He was always a great person. I wanted to chat with him as possible. Honestly, I just had this odd feeling to go visit him before leaving town that day. On my way inside, I see him walking from the back of the store. He gives me a wave through the glass windows. He smiles, and then takes a hard right, out of view. When I get inside, I don't immediately see him anywhere. I ask around. One gal doesn't even know who I'm talking about, but another one does. She asks how I knew Anthony, and I told her the whole story, and she regrets to inform me that Anthony passed away. Heart failure. He had died at work. I asked the gal if she was absolutely positive we were talking about the same guy, the same Anthony. She told me that he's the only one she ever knew to manage the store for multiple years. She repeated his last name back to me, and it was Anthony. So, who did I see? I looked throughout the store, hung around far too long, trying to see if anyone matching his exact description was in the store. No such luck. I've accepted that I saw Anthony. I can't explain it, but I can't very well explain what happened in that store with me and T either. And just because I can't fully understand it doesn't mean it didn't happen. Thanks for reading. If you have similar experiences, I'd really like to hear them. Or I guess just know that you're not alone in yours. I lived in Japan in my early 20s. I got pregnant and was moved on base. My husband was in the Navy. It was so I could be closer to medical. Nothing happened in my house until my daughter was born a few months later. She was an infant, but old enough where I would let her cry for a few minutes in the middle of the night to see if she would soothe herself to sleep. Listening to the baby monitor, I heard a very gentle shh. I rushed into her room, and I saw a peaceful baby, and the rocking chair was swaying. Living in Japan, there were mild earthquakes several times a week. I used my rational brain and decided that I'd heard nothing, and an earthquake had caused the rocking chair to move. Over the next few weeks, weirder and weirder things started to happen. My husband was deployed, and I was the only adult at home. When I made tea, I filled barely half of the kettle because it was just me. A couple of days after the shh incident, I went to make some tea, and the kettle was so full the moment I moved it, water sloshed everywhere. It was impossible to have filled it that full. I know I didn't do it. The next night I heard the shh again. I said, "Thank you," out loud. I heard the cabinets open and close. I got up, walked towards the kitchen to get some water, and the cabinets opened again, slowly, then closed. 2 nights later, all of the battery-operated toys turned on at about 1 a.m. All of them. A cacophony of electronic noise. After about 2 minutes, they all stopped. Again, I said, "Thank you," but only because I didn't know what the heck was happening. A few days later, I was sewing and dropped a needle on the carpet. I looked and I couldn't find it. My baby was just starting to crawl, and I was frantic to find it. I couldn't. I searched for a few hours and finally gave up. An hour later, I found a sheet of paper on my kitchen counter with the needle exactly in the center of the piece of paper. It was the craziest thing. I was never afraid. It always seemed loving to me. I mean, honestly, I was terrified until the needle incident. Then it seemed to me like I had a friend trying to help with the baby. Once I reached that perspective, the earlier events were no longer scary. The shh situation repeated about 3 or 4 times, and I was grateful for it at the time. My husband came home, and that night the energy in the house just seemed different. Not off, but different. We went a couple of days with this, and it was unsettling. One night, I woke up in the middle of the night to get some water, and I saw an old woman sitting on my couch. I was too startled to be afraid, but got myself together and said, "Thank you for your help. My husband is home now." I then walked into the kitchen. When I walked back through, she was gone. No other crazy things happened again until my daughter's first birthday. We had a party early in the day and left balloons in the living room. I went into my daughter's room in the middle of the night to check on her, and it was filled with all of the balloons from the living room. Nothing else happened after that. I was 11 years old, angry to be staying with my dad and his new girlfriend instead of my mom. I'd already been there for almost 2 days and still had 3 more to go. I don't think my dad or his girlfriend did anything particularly wrong. The house was just boring, and I wasn't interested in socializing with them. They were all lovey-dovey to the max. I just felt like I was in the way. I spent most of the time sitting in my room, staring at the wall, since I didn't have a TV in there, and I didn't want to bother sitting with them, watching MASH or something else I couldn't stand. One evening, while sitting in my room, I see someone walk by my window. They looked to be about my age, a girl. Holy crap, I could have a friend. Immediately, I dove towards the window, and I opened it wide enough before sticking my head out. I wanted to see if the girl was still there. She should have been, but she wasn't. I walked into the living room and I asked my dad, "Who's the girl that's walking around outside?" They both looked at me, confused, and my dad asked, "What girl?" I explained what I saw. My dad sort of scoffed. Of course he didn't believe me. That's what I was thinking. But instead he sat there, almost deep in thought, as his girlfriend said that if there was a girl out there, we better check it out, because the brush was rough right there. She said it would just lead her to a bunch of blackberry bushes and stuff that she shouldn't be messing with. My dad hopped up to put his shoes on, and for the first time, I was kind of excited to do whatever he was doing, so I followed him outside. I pointed out where I'd seen her start from and the direction she walked. Sure enough, as we walked the path, it was essentially a dead end. You could only get to the backyard by using the path on the other side of the house. My dad sort of threw his hands up, and I was like, I don't know, Dad. Maybe she walked back this way, and I didn't see it because I was talking to you. He stood there a minute, and he asked me, what did this girl look like? About your age? I told him, yeah, about my age. Brownish hair, some sort of jean coat, shirt thing. I couldn't see anything below her shoulders. She was too short, or so was I. He didn't really react to what I said, but I could tell that for whatever reason, he was really thinking about it. Then he finally speaks up, telling me that's strange, referring to what I had seen. So I just repeated that she probably turned around and left. But he told me that's not why it was strange. It was strange because they know the neighbors. They aren't incredibly close by, and no one has kids. He tells me he's pretty sure he's seen the same little girl, right when he and his girlfriend first moved into the place. It's what sort of drew him to determine if the neighbors had any kids, especially any my age. I asked where he'd seen her, and he said it was right outside my window. She was walking in the same direction, and just like this time, he wasn't able to find anyone. That is weird, I remember thinking. Then I asked him, so what is she, like a ghost or what? He sort of laughed, but I saw him entertain the idea. He for sure didn't dismiss it. We walked back inside, and he and I never spoke about it again. But I wasn't so eager to go home anymore. For the rest of that week, I had a new mission: see this ghost girl again. I practically sat at the window. When I wasn't there, I was sitting outside doing nothing but guarding that same area outside my window. I even asked my dad if he had a camera. We didn't have camera phones back then. But he said that he didn't know, that he didn't think he had one. But I found a disposable one in one of the drawers in the garage. I figured it still had 6 photos left, so I would use those to capture a picture of the girl, and then I would just take the camera home with me. However, my efforts proved fruitless. 3 days came and went, and I never saw the girl again. I went back to that house, maybe 2 or 3 other times. Still, never saw her. My dad never mentioned her again either. I've just been forever curious who she was. When my wife and I bought our first house, an old Victorian style built in the 50s, almost every night we heard what sounded like kids' footsteps running down the upstairs hallway and other random sounds. My wife mentioned it to one of the neighbors, and they said it was probably just peacocks on the roof. The house backed up to a conservation area where wild peacocks lived, and they would occasionally get up on the rooftops. That answer made sense, so we basically got used to it and eventually ignored it. Less than a year later, our son was born, and when he was 1, he would balance all of his toys on top of the other toys and make them spin. Literally found the center of balance of various toys and would walk in circles around the room, giving each a gentle touch to keep it rotating. It was the weirdest and coolest thing I'd ever seen. When he was 2 or 3, we would hear him talking in his room at night. One night I asked who he was talking to. He said, "Tracy." I asked, "Who's Tracy?" And he says, "The girl who lives in the wall. She's usually nice, but sometimes she scares me." He described a girl with brown hair and a yellow dress who would play with him sometimes and occasionally wake him up at night, but he didn't seem to be bothered by any of it, just startled sometimes. He would talk about her once in a while, but it wasn't a common occurrence. A couple of years later, we had added on to the house and moved the master bedroom downstairs, switching the kids' rooms around. Our youngest was now in his old room and about ready to transition from crib to toddler bed. She'd always been a sound sleeper, but she cried almost every night in that room. Her first night in the toddler bed, we heard a loud thud, followed by screaming, and rushed into the room. We were thinking she had fallen out of bed, but she was on the other side of the room. We got her calmed down and back into bed, and it happened again the next night. So we ended up switching the kids' rooms back, and they were fine. We looked up the history of the house, but we didn't find anything about missing little girls or anyone with the name Tracy that had lived there. Eventually, our son stopped talking about her, and a few years later, I ended up taking a job with another company, and we moved. The house was empty for a few months after we moved, and the neighbor across the street called my wife one day. About a week after we left, she thought she saw our daughter looking out the window, so she waved at her, and then she remembered we didn't live there anymore. I want to start this off by saying that I'm a skeptic. I don't believe anything I haven't seen a scientific explanation for, and I even thought hypnotism was a scam until I got to know a hypnotist, and I saw it work for real. I typically rationalize anything which cannot be explained by referring to nebulous explanations based on chance reflections of parallel universes. However, even though the episode I'm about to relate happened over 25 years ago, it's still very clear in my memory. I was 18 at the time. I'd recently acquired a full driver's license, and I'd borrowed my father's car. Taken a few friends to a pub out in the countryside for a couple of quiet drinks on a Saturday night. After the pub closed, which it did after 10:30 p.m. in those days, we drove to a nearby town in search of a snack. We all had school the next day. Most of us were completely sober, including me, obviously. Being fairly late, the town was deserted and the only place open was McDonald's. They were also about to close, so we got some burgers and sat down at the window. There weren't really any other customers in there, and the staff were starting their final sweep around, ready to make a sharp exit as soon as it got to be 11 p.m. We had only just sat down when an elderly woman appeared at the table next to us. She didn't look quite put together nor scruffy. She didn't look homeless, but her clothes seemed somewhat old or worn. She immediately engaged all of us in conversation, which started off innocent and friendly, but rapidly became quite personal. The woman seemed to know an awful lot about us, even though none of us had ever seen her in our lives, and we didn't really know anyone in this town. She was alert and animated and spoke quickly, singling out people from the group in turn and discussing specific details of their lives. She had no possible way of knowing this information. Early in the exchange, she turned to me and said, "Of course, your grandfather was an engineer, wasn't he?" He was an engineer, but he died in 1951 and had never lived in the area, so she couldn't have known him. My friends were laughing along with her at first, but they went quiet one by one as she delivered more and more details that could not be determined by simple cold reading or written off as random statements. Unlike a fairground fortune teller, her statements were very specific, and she dominated the conversation in a way that someone mining for information would not. She spontaneously started speaking in French to one of my female friends who understood the language, and then veered off into another language, which could have been Latin. She started to reassure people about very specific concerns that they'd had, ones that they'd not discussed or needed advice on, making occasional references to various deceased relatives. By this time, my female friends were visibly upset, and my male friends, who had had a couple beers, were dumbstruck. The woman stood and announced that she must go, as she was disturbing us. She headed for the door, and as it was now late, and the staff were looking like they wanted to go home, we stood up and followed her out of the restaurant. And here's the punchline. I was no more than a few paces behind her as she went through the first two doors leading onto the street. The exit was on the corner of the building and opened onto the intersection of two shopping streets. There were no other doorways, alleyways, or streets, none that could conceal anyone near the exit. But when I got outside, the woman had disappeared. All there was were 2 completely empty streets. No cars, no pedestrians. Just shops closed for the night. Every time I've been back there since, I stood there and wondered where she could have gone. We had a 15-minute journey home in the car, and there were floods of tears. Everyone was hysterical. I guess you had to be there, but it was scary in a deeply unsettling way. When I was approximately 10 years old and my younger brother was 8 years old, we lived in a house on a vast plot of land surrounded by forests filled with trees. It was basically the perfect setting for our favorite childhood game, hide and seek. We'd often play with our friends who lived in the surrounding homes. On one particular day, during the late afternoon, me and my friend were doing our best to stay hidden in the trees. Meanwhile, my brother was just as diligently attempting to locate us. Interestingly, I could hear his voice calling out my name from a short distance away, and there was an evident tinge of fear in his voice. Curiosity got the better of me. I needed to investigate the source of his fear. As I walked towards what I thought was him, I stumbled upon a small clearing nestled under the protective canopy of trees. I no longer heard my brother, but to my astonishment, there was an almost colossal figure, entirely white in complexion, standing in the middle of the clearing. My friend had been following behind and had just made it to where I was when he stopped in his tracks. The figure didn't seem to notice our presence. Instead, it stood statue-like, staring directly up at the sky so we couldn't see its face, arms stretched to its sides. It made no sounds, but it did appear to be a light source. It was either glowing in and of itself, or the sun was catching it in a way that it appeared to be so bright. Whatever it was, in the eyes of 2 young children, it loomed at an astonishing height of 10 feet and was like nothing we'd ever seen before. The 2 of us had never been so silent. The sight had kept us pretty occupied, captivated by whatever this thing was. However, we unintentionally made noise by readjusting ourselves, and we could hear others approaching. Worried the thing might disappear, we tried to consider getting closer to convince it to stay. But as soon as I had the thought, which I seemed to share with my friend, the statue-like figure changed positions, arms down at its side, facing forward. It started to slowly dissipate before it suddenly vanished into the trees with remarkable speed. It seemed to effortlessly almost fly through the trees, like light itself. There was no way we could catch up to this thing. I remember my friend saying it literally looked like a ghost. He was right. It wasn't bound to this earth by any of the same things we were. Naturally, we were quite shaken and excited by the occurrence, so we did what most kids would do, hurried indoors and told our parents. However, they were skeptical. They suggested that what we saw might have just been a large white dog or something like that. We were firm in our recounting of the figure. We were firm that it was not a dog. In detail, we described the towering figure the best we could, how it was emitting a white glow, how it simply vanished into thin air. Still, a white dog was the best they could come up with. Nevertheless, to this day, I'm certain that we did indeed witness something. We felt no fear when we laid eyes on it, but we never encountered it again. We contemplated the possibility that it could have been a spirit from one of the numerous vehicles or homes we discovered on our property. But truth be told, who knows for sure? My parents purchased a home situated on 180 acres back in 2018. I was a freshman in college, but still living at home. Although the house itself isn't that old, built in the 1960s, it apparently came with some history. Not one that I know much about, unfortunately, but my family has had enough experiences there to understand there's a certain energy. My sister believes to this day that the house is haunted, and I'm actually inclined to believe her, but I don't necessarily know if it's malevolent. It's been a while since I've lived at home, but I remember the first events and anything I've been told pretty clearly. My family has all but adjusted to this home, and so we don't really discuss it being haunted or whatever anymore. That was the request of my mother, though I think it was on behalf of my sister. However, I'm going to share those first experiences here because I think that you'll agree that they track as unusual. My younger sister, Monica, was practicing the piano. She became increasingly frustrated with a challenging piece. According to her, during a brief break in her playing, she heard a voice whispering from behind. The voice said, "Keep going." It was quite literally encouraging her. She was startled, so she turned around, horrified, when she saw a frail, elderly woman, dressed in all black, comfortably seated in a lounge chair. She, of course, didn't recognize the woman, and as such, Monica let out a piercing scream while hurriedly calling for my parents. By the time they came to check it out, the apparent woman had vanished. Barely a week later, Monica was taking a shower in our parents' bathroom when she happened to catch a glimpse of herself in the mirror. She saw the unmistakable outline of a woman dressed in black, just as before. Her face was concealed by the fog. Even still, Monica sprinted out of the bathroom, completely nude, and encountered our parents' startled guests. This fact alone further convinced me that she was not making up these encounters. I almost felt bad for doubting her. Either way, I felt bad for her. Hell, I even went as far as making fun of her when it came to the piano incident. But not after this one. Then fast forward to our Thanksgiving celebration. While we're enjoying our first Thanksgiving meal in this home, the inexplicable unfolded. The china cabinets, which sat directly behind my sister, every item in them and in our dining room, began to violently tremble. I looked around at everyone's faces, and we shared the same expression of horror. Except Monica. She was in tears, now hiding under the dining room table. Everyone else stayed put, not saying a word. Almost as soon as it had all started, it stopped. My parents claimed it was likely an earthquake, though I never believed that story. You can Google those kinds of things, and there were certainly no earthquakes near Bozeman, Thanksgiving 2018. The final blow I really remember occurred sometime after Christmas 2018, signifying a point that finally convinced those who doubted, aka my father. He possesses to this day a beloved leather chair in which he habitually sits day after day. It's positioned near a window, and my mother typically opens it to let in some fresh air. She'd done so on this night just before an inevitable small snowstorm. Concerned about his prized chair getting wet, my father explicitly asked my mother not to open the window while the chair was nearby, as it would ultimately ruin his chair. The following morning, my father rose early for work and noticed that the den had been rearranged, resulting in his chair being relocated all the way across the room, instead of in its usual spot by the window. Assuming it was the hard work of my sister and I from the previous night, my father went to work without dwelling further. When my mother awoke, she too discovered the rearranged room and assumed my father was responsible. Us kids assumed the same. We thought that he had intentionally changed the layout. Not common of him, but who else could be responsible? It wasn't until dinner time that evening that we collectively realized the true extent of the rearrangement. The meticulous placement of the magazines, the controller, even the rug. It was nothing like our usual setup. It was all seemingly orchestrated by an unseen force, though, according to Monica, it was probably the same woman that she had seen who was responsible. We determined that the rearranging of furniture would have taken place between 10 p.m. and 5 a.m., though, astonishingly, no sounds were heard, despite the fact that mine and my sister's room were directly beneath the den. Previously, my parents would dismiss such occurrences, but after that time their attitude changed significantly until they went back to ignoring it completely, which seems to have worked. I'm a preschool teacher. The school I work at serves primarily Section 8 housing. Our funding for the school is low on resources across the board. Low staffing, low quality, and low quantity of classroom materials, low access to grants. I could go on, but I digress. Because all educators know, our job is to create the future. I just so happen to work in an area where a lot of futures have a 50-50 shot of going to prison or breaking the cycle. The elementary school my students end up going to is down the block from the preschool. I've seen success stories, triumphs against all odds, but alongside those star students are a million that will eventually grow up to fill the shoes of an adult who grew up in their similar circumstances, etched into their being. A vicious cycle, if you will. My partner tells me that I've grown colder to the world. I can't help but to agree. Here's an example of thoughts that have actually gone through my head this week. I'd only admit this through anonymity. But driving to work, I assist with preparing breakfast for the children that arrive early, so it's usually dark on my drive there. I was driving, entering city limits, where I'm usually met with a cluster of junkies on the sidewalk, hunched over, nodding off. This morning, I can see a shirtless man with a shopping cart zigzagging in the middle of a 3-lane highway. Speed limit's 45 on that road. I maintained 45 miles per hour and continued down the lane I was originally traveling in, thinking, I'm not stopping or swerving if this guy wanders in front of me. I'm in the very right lane. He's giving me a 1 to 3 chance that I can take the day off. I'd call my boss from the scene of the accident. Tell him some homeless man just jumped through my windshield. He'd obviously not expect me to be coming in after something like that. The shopping cart would probably get so fucking embedded in the grill of my car that I couldn't very well drive it to work even if my boss did expect me to come in. The S pattern this guy's doing looks like it's coming back into my lane. I'm 100 yards away, 45 miles an hour. I'm driving a little over 20 yards per second. It's a 5 count. I come within inches of clipping him. In my rearview mirror, I watch him drift into the middle lane and continue his highway escapade, completely oblivious to how very close he came to dying. I'm sure my future self is glad it didn't happen, but at the time, I had no empathy for that man or his situation. So, to say I'm mentally exhausted would be the understatement of the year. But my spirit stays strong for the children in my classroom. It makes my day brighter when I can make their day brighter, as they come into my classroom from the hell their subjective home life provides them. So now comes the story that brings me here, I guess. A few months ago, a new student enrolled and was placed into my classroom. The guardians of the child, who we'll call Leon, consisted of his mother, Sasha, a 20-year-old woman who spoke English as a second language. Our primary communication and translator for the family was a man named Angelo. He was Leon's uncle and second guardian. Angelo was also in his 20s and Sasha's brother. The 3 of them lived in low-income housing apartments provided by the state. Sasha worked at a fast food restaurant. Angelo worked at a hotel. They both worked long hours on switch shifts in order to be there for Leon. Angelo was also taking online classes trying to get his degree. They were the epitome of everything our preschool strived for with our families, working hard for a better future. Where I work, it's not luxurious. It's not supposed to be. It should feel like liminal space. You can find a better, safer place to live, but only if you work for it. Some people are content with this life. The apartments around my school will always be filled. But there will also be tenants who use this as a stepping stone to move up, and that's the goal. It's the reason I show up to work, to show hope to the hopeless, give a boost to the fighters who deserve more than what life has provided. At the beginning of this month, Leon wasn't in attendance for a whole week. The office told me that his mom called sounding distraught, told them that it was a family emergency. Because of her limited English, she wasn't able to explain or advise when Leon would be back. On that Friday, after the children had left, I was organizing my classroom, preparing take-home packets as next week was the final week before spring break. I'm shuffling through papers at my desk when I hear a gentle knock on one of the glass windows on the other side of the room. I look up and it's Angelo. He waves at me, and I was happy to see him standing there. I came out from around my desk, and I go out the side door to greet him. I had so many questions. I didn't want to overstep my boundaries, but I really cared about this family. When I come out, I'm like, Angelo, hey man, it's so good to see you. Sasha called, told us there was an emergency. How's it going? Is Leon okay? Angelo smiles, and he tells me everything will be all right, that Leon will be in class on Monday. I'm so relieved. I leave my questions there. He tells me, thank you for all the love. I said something like, of course, man, thanks for being you. He leaves, and I go back into my classroom to finish the last of my tasks before going home. The weekend passes and Monday comes. Leon's in class. He's noticeably somber. Midday, having his friends back around him made his heart perk up a little. He was conversing more with his peers. Throughout the day, I would ask, how are you feeling? And it was finally met with an answer instead of the silence he'd been holding on to. With a sigh, he tells me, Tio's gone. I say that I'm sorry to hear that. Then another child distracts Leon's attention with a dinosaur toy, and I'm grateful to see his eyes light up again. I try not to give him any more reasons to think about something sad that day. That afternoon, Sasha comes to pick up Leon. A friend from work has accompanied her, and she introduces herself and tells me Sasha brought me so I can explain what happened. Leon runs up and grabs Sasha's leg. The woman tells me that Angelo unalived himself last Monday. The cops were at Sasha's door as she was waking up that morning. 3 hours earlier, a man had jumped from the roof of the hotel building, and they needed her to identify the body. I'm in disbelief. I begin to stammer out that I just saw him on Friday, but tears quickly begin to fill the bottoms of my eyelids. Whatever I saw outside my window last week could mentally be sorted out later. At that moment, I knew not to protest. I couldn't stop the tears from forming in my eyes, and they immediately filled my eyes when I accepted the news as truth. I told her thank you. Sasha and I didn't engage with words. I didn't want to completely break down in front of my student. I had to be strong. I put my hand on her shoulder, and we looked at each other before they turned around and left. I really don't know how to end this. I really don't know why I started writing it to begin with. I do feel better for it, though. The world is dark, and it only becomes more opaque the longer you look. All you can do is try your best to make it a better place, and hope the next person will do the same. Be kind to one another. You don't know what real horrors families face every day. What you have does not make you who you are. My wife and I were paying our respects to friends who lost their 16-year-old son named Justin in a car accident. There were about 12 people at the house, all gathered in the living room, when we all noticed a little 3-year-old girl speaking while looking up above towards the ceiling. When her mother asked her what she was doing, She said she was speaking to Justin and pointed up above the chair. At that moment, Justin's mother let out a wail and began crying and laughing at the same time. That was Justin's chair, the place where he always sat when the family gathered in the living room. The little girl had never met Justin. Her mother was in a church group with Justin's mom. The girl kept looking up at the ceiling for another 30 seconds or so, turned to Jill, Justin's mom, and told her that Justin is fine and not to worry. Unreal. Creepy. Yeah, but in a good way. My buddy Alonzo would never forgive me if he found out I was still telling this story 10 plus years out of high school. Well, we had a mutual friend named Chico who wanted to go tag an abandoned office building. It was located in an old business park that was equally as desolate. Most of the buildings were already demolished, but further down the lane, there was another building. Chico told us about him finding it. He hadn't been through it yet, though. You never know who could be living in there, so it's safer having a crew. It was a Sunday morning when we went down there. I met up with Chico and we picked up Alonzo at the church. He was dressed in his Sunday best, looking like a cheese ball. Crazy bastard had a gun tucked in his pants the whole service. He brought it just in case we did end up running into a dangerous situation. I had a backpack filled with an assortment of chemical colors. We were all relatively talented graffiti artists at the time. We weren't vandals. Our art was not sloppy. We didn't tag uninspired. If there wasn't time for the job, we wouldn't start it. Our plan was to pick one wall and make it something beautiful. We had portable lights and a small stepladder packed in the back, fully prepared to create a masterpiece that day. The entrance of the business park was overgrown with new foliage. The narrow road that led us through the rows of empty land, the greenery made it hard to find evidence that there were buildings there to begin with. The broken pavement made Chico's car shake and bounce us off the walls. The shock absorbers on his suspension were completely worn to the ground, and we felt every bump. The road got so bad, we had to park the car, grab all of our stuff, and walk the rest of the way. Deep back behind a row of trees, bushes, and thorns, we finally get to this office building Chico's been talking up. It was almost untouched by the nature around it. The parking lot was non-existent. The sidewalk, concrete, broken up with weeds like the rest of the pavement. But aside from everything else around it, I remember this building looked like it could have still been up and running. Pristine condition. A 2-story canvas of steel and concrete. There weren't many windows on the outside, and when we walked inside, it was nearly pitch black. Entering wasn't a problem. The front doors were closed, but not locked. The smell of mold hung heavy in the air. We put on our masks before we even busted out the paint, just so we didn't have to breathe in the stale air. Earlier in the week, we'd drawn up a blueprint sketch of the image that we were going to do. It incorporated all of our insignias. The design went through many drafts before we landed on the perfect one. Now, all we had to do was find the perfect wall. Unobstructed by drinking fountains or cubicle walls blocking its view, we dumped our gear and backpacks on the tile floor in the entryway and got out our portable lights. Past the front reception desk were aisles of cubicles and offices behind closed doors. The papers scattered all across the floor led me to believe this used to be an insurance firm. Deeper in the building, we came across an elevator we assumed didn't work. I jokingly pushed the buttons on the wall. None of them lit up, but miraculously, the metal door to the elevator slid open, and the light inside was on. It was really freaky. Nothing else looked to have power running through it, but the elevator was still functioning. We dared each other to go in. Alonzo was the first to volunteer. He pulled the gun from his pants, acted all tough walking into the elevator, scoffing as he passed us. Chico and I stand outside the elevator and watch Alonzo's smug face disappear behind the metal sliding door. We hear the gears of the elevator start to lurch and clink. it actually started moving. Just as it did, we heard Alonzo start screaming like we've never heard before. But given the circumstances, we both thought he was trying to fool us. But then we heard the gun go off and the zing, zing, zing sound of a bullet ricocheting off the metal interior of the elevator. It caused both of us to jump and run to the elevator doors and attempt to pry them open. As much as we tried to pull, they wouldn't budge until the elevator made its way back down and opened automatically. When the doors slid open, Alonzo falls out backwards in hysterics. Tears were falling down his face, while still continuing to scream like spiders were on him. Alonzo gets to his feet and runs out the front. We follow him out and ask what happened. I thought he shot himself in there, but I couldn't see any blood on him. But whatever happened, he pissed his pants. Chico and I probably could have been more sympathetic to our friend, but I think we were just in shock at how wild Alonzo was acting. First thing he says is, "Shit, I dropped my strap in there." I said I'd go retrieve it, and with tears still coming down his cheeks, Alonzo straight up grabs me and says, "Wait, don't." I'm like, "Get off me, dude, chill, what's wrong?" Then Alonzo tells us what happened when he walked into the elevator and the doors shut. The light, it turned off again. Standing in complete darkness, he heard something moving around above him in the elevator shaft. Then he heard the emergency escape hatch open enough for him to look up and be able to see the light from the second floor door. Then that light and depth that he was staring at became blocked by a human figure. Two glowing red eyes looked down at him through the square hatch. That's when he screamed and fired the gun. It was crawling in head first towards him when the door opened back up. It was obvious he wasn't messing with us. Chico and I stood there with our jaws practically dropped, listening to Alonzo sob out his story. Hearing what had happened made me and Chico want to go in there again, just to see if Alonzo was messing with us, or to see if we'd experience anything. We were scared, at least I was, but I couldn't not try. Amidst his pleas for us to stay with him, Chico reasoned that we couldn't leave a loaded gun sitting in this building. It wouldn't be responsible of us. So, me and Chico left Alonzo sitting on the grass outside as we went to retrieve the boomstick he'd left behind. All of our gear was still laying by the reception desk anyway. We would have eventually had to go inside to get our stuff regardless, so we might as well get it all now, we thought. Chico and I both walked past the lights and paint, making a beeline to the elevator. Chico presses the button and the doors roll open again. The light is on, and it's the only thing illuminating the building. The gun's laying on the ground in the corner. When we walk in, Chico grabs the gun and we both look up. The emergency hatch is indeed open, like Alonzo said. We can see up into the hollow black structure. Through the hanging wires and equipment, we can see a sliver of light above us. Then I press the F2 button and the doors slide shut. Just like Alonzo said, the lights then turned out again before the elevator started to shake alive. I think Chico and I were both getting nervous. Neither of us would admit it, though. Standing in the small black room, I couldn't see my hand in front of my face. I looked up, stared at the sliver of light as we got closer to it, then past it. Then our doors opened, and it was our first time seeing the second floor. It was beautiful. Large windows overlooking the forest behind the building. We didn't step out and explore, though, because we didn't want to leave Alonzo out there by himself for too long. Pressing the F1 button shut the doors again and brought us back downstairs, just as anticlimactic as the first time we ventured up. We brought everything outside and met Alonzo back on the grass. He asks, "Did you see it?" We shake our heads no and laugh at Alonzo. He never backed down, though. Good for him. Truth be told, I fully expected to see something, and I fully believed Alonzo. It's just that when we didn't get to witness anything ourselves, I guess we felt more emboldened to laugh in Alonzo's face. Either way, none of us ever got up the nerve to go back to that spot ever again. When one of my grandmothers passed away, I was young. She'd been angry with me because of decisions that I'd made after asking for and ignoring her advice, then learning she was right. She hadn't spoken to me for quite some time prior to getting sick. The day she passed away, I'd gone to the hospital to see her and let her meet my 6-month-old daughter. She was so weak, we really couldn't talk, so nothing was really said except I love yous and lots of tears. We'd been home for about an hour from visiting her when my phone rang. Someone else answered and said it was for me. It was kind of late in the evening and unusual for a call. I said hello and heard a woman's voice, very weak, on the other line saying, "Everything is okay. I love you." The line went silent. Chills ran over my entire body, and I froze for a minute. It was my grandma's voice, but I knew she couldn't make that phone call. I immediately called the hospital, and the nurse told me that I needed to contact a family member. They couldn't tell me anything. I called my grandpa and was informed that about an hour after I'd left the hospital, Grandma passed away. No one had called anyone in the family yet. The only ones who knew were those that were with her at the time. I fully believe that call was from my grandma after she passed, to let me know she always loved me, even when she was angry with me. I always knew that, never doubted it. My mom was a single parent through my teenage years. I have 2 younger sisters as well. My mother worked 3 jobs at one time, and she was always gone. Her first job started at 4:30 in the morning. She left the house before any of us were awake for school and wouldn't be home until midnight. Yeah, she didn't sleep for years. One morning, I saw a dark figure walk past my bedroom door and down the hall. I called out, "Mom?" The figure leaned back and poked its head into the doorway, as if it were taking one more glance to answer my call, and then continued back down the hallway, out into the living room kitchen area. I got out of bed, not having heard the very loud front door close. I imagined my mother would be in the living room, gathering her items before leaving. I walked into our living area and found no one. Nothing. I immediately phoned my mother. She was already at work. I told her what had happened and explained I was freaking out. This was before cell phones, so my mother had asked me to take the cordless phone and check the entire house. Are the doors locked, front and back? Yes. Check my room. Is it empty? Yes. The bathroom? Yes. Oh my God, Mom. I know I saw someone. Didn't I? My mom calmed me down, tried to explain that maybe it was sleepy stuff in my eyes, throwing me off. Over the weekend, when we had time to spend together, Mom finally broke down, telling me that maybe it was a ghost, but it would be a friendly ghost. Mom went on to explain that the people who sold her the house, they did tell her that an elderly man had peacefully passed away in his sleep before we purchased it. My sister, who's only 3 years younger than me, decided to name the ghost. It was a kind old man, so his name would be Henry. Naming the ghost made it seem less scary for some odd reason. After the first sighting and a name, Henry maybe felt a little more comfortable coming out because we started to see him and his antics more frequently throughout our home. Henry would shut the bathroom door if one of us girls left it open while using the bathroom. This happened very frequently. We were a house full of girls, so we never bothered to shut the door to our one bathroom that we all shared, and locks were not an option, especially in the mornings when we were all getting ready for school. One day, both my younger sisters were visiting my friends or doing their own thing, so I had the house to myself. I decided to watch a movie. We kept our movies on the bottom shelf of a china hutch that my grandmother made for my mom. The door was heavy and preferred to be open as opposed to shut. What I mean to say is if you unlock the door, it would naturally swing wide open. When opened, the one door, movie side, would hang in such a way as to block access to the hallway from the living room. I didn't need to go down the hall, so I left the door open. While watching the movie, out of the corner of my eye, the door slowly swung shut on the china hutch. And while it didn't lock, it was impossible that it would close on its own without some help. Chills ran up and down my spine, arms, legs, neck, everywhere. I immediately phoned my mother at work again and said, "Hey, sorry to call you at work, but Henry just closed the door on the china hutch and suddenly I didn't feel like being alone anymore." Mom told me that she understood and was impressed with Henry's strength to close that door. I agreed. We chatted until I told her I felt better, safe again, and I went back to watching the movie with the china hutch door locked, closed, to keep Henry happy. We moved out of that house when I turned 17, and as we were closing the front door for the last time on the move-out day, we all stuck our heads back inside and said, "Goodbye, Henry." Even though Henry was a friendly ghost, it was still scary as a young teen to come face to face, so to speak, with a ghost, regardless how nice he was. I was swimming in the ocean with a friend when I saw something floating in the water nearby us. I knew what it looked like to me, but it was a bit transparent. I asked my friend if he saw anything floating a few feet away from us and pointed to where I was seeing it. He said he didn't see anything, and then he asked me what I saw. I told him I could see what looked like a woman's body floating face down, naked, with long red hair. He was understandably freaked out and wanted to get out of the water immediately. We went inside, changed, and started preparing dinner. His roommate came home, and while we were all sitting around talking, I started asking his roommate some questions about his job as a criminal defense attorney. As the conversation went on, I asked him if he ever had to defend anyone he knew on serious charges. He said yes, actually, after a friend of his was charged with murder when his wife's body washed ashore, right in front of this very condo 12 years ago. I looked over at my friend, and he was 50 shades of pale, with his jaw on the floor. Then I asked his roommate to describe what she looked like. He said that she had very long red hair, and that she was found naked, lying face down on the beach. I let my friend explain what had happened earlier that day. They were both stunned. I'm going to preface this story before getting into it. I'm a Division I football player here in Alabama. I play offensive line. For those that don't know what that is, I'm basically saying I'm a big dude. Currently 6'5", about 300 pounds. This to say that I've not really been scared of animals or people where I live, because I'm genuinely just bigger than them. Now, it was late at night, and my high school basketball team at the time had just made the playoffs. I was currently on the phone with my girlfriend at the time, and it was around 12:30, 1 a.m. As I was pulling into my neighborhood, I saw this woman with long black hair, wearing a Civil War period dress. It wasn't very weird to me to see random kids around my neighborhood, because I lived near a foster home. What freaked me out at first was that it was January, February, and it was late at night. It was freezing. To pull into my neighborhood, I had to drive past her. I slowly went about 3 miles an hour past the woman, and I really didn't know what to do. As I passed, she was still staring at the ground. As I checked my rearview mirror, her head snapped up, and I saw an extremely evil-looking face. I hung up the phone and was going 65 to my house. As I mentioned, I'm a big dude, so when I arrived at the house, I sprint up my porch stairs and into my room. Me being my size woke everyone up in the house. My dad enters my room to check on me, and I tell him everything that's happened. He asked if I was on anything, and I told him of course I wasn't. He told me to get some sleep, and I of course couldn't sleep. It popped into my mind. I had a neighbor that I was very close with who had long jet black hair. Instantly, I snapped her on Snapchat saying, "That was a good prank. You got me." She said she wasn't even in the state. She didn't know what I was talking about. She sent me her location on the Snap map, showing that she was in Baltimore. That was it. There was no chance I was getting any sleep that night. I hopped on Xbox to tell my friends about the events that had just occurred. Of course, they didn't believe me, saying that I was joking, and I told them how serious I was. At the end of the Xbox session, it was around 4 a.m. I had gotten off and was going to try to get some sleep. I went to my bedroom, and as I was walking past the blinds, there she was, standing there, under the one streetlight in my neighborhood. I slammed the curtains shut and peeked again. She was gone. I have no idea what happened or what was going on that night. My dad and little brother, they've claimed to see the same woman years later. They have some stories of their own that I'll ask if I can share. This is my first post, so if you have questions or if you have any idea what's going on, please let me know. Update. Since my encounter, I've now moved to college to play football, but as I mentioned earlier, my brother and my dad have had encounters as well, and they've agreed to let me share them. I've also done some research, but I'll get into that as well. About a year ago, my brother was packing up around 10 p.m. to go to a baseball tournament in Atlanta the next day. As he was loading up the car, he heard a noise that sounded like a woman, far away in the woods. He said he thought that it was our neighbor or something. My brother finished putting the last bag in the back of the car when he looked in our driveway and saw the woman fitting the description of my encounter, standing there. My brother isn't small either, and had made fun of me for the way I acted when I had my encounter. Anyway, as he saw the woman standing there, she did the same thing. You couldn't see her face because of her long jet black hair. He said, "Hello, and are you okay?" And she said and did nothing. She snapped her head up, and he saw a horrible-looking face. He sprinted up through the porch and locked the doors. He peeked out the window, and she was staring back. When he peeked back again, she was gone. My dad's experience, it's not very long, but it's an encounter. My dad works around the country because of his job, and he finds himself coming home late sometimes. As he was driving home late one night, he saw the woman I described, but this time, next to the cemetery where we lived. I have no idea if that's a connection to her or not, but we've never stepped foot in that place. Anyways, he saw this woman with the same description as both of our encounters and passed her. He checked his mirror and she was still there. He turned around his car to get a better look, and she was gone. So, my research. I'm not into horror films or really anything scary for that matter, but I have done some research since my encounter. But this is definitely a new field for me, so any advice would be great. There's a website that talks about the ghosts in our area of Alabama, and it turns out I live near an old iron mill. And to sum up the short story, this woman and her child, they were killed by a fallen chimney about 1 minute from where I live. And she seems to be sighted from time to time. She's labeled as a stalker spirit, one that's mostly friendly or doesn't hurt anyone, but I have no idea, to be honest. I appreciate any feedback. Thanks for listening. Years ago, I became good friends with my neighbor across the street. We both had young children, and we spoke and or saw each other almost every day. Probably 6 years into our friendship, she developed leukemia and only lived 1 more year. She was 35. One day, I was looking out my front window, and I saw the car she used to drive pass by, turn around, and then it pulled up to the curb in front of her house and parked. I continued to watch, and I saw her husband and her 3 children get out of the car. The car was a light blue station wagon, one that she used to drive the kids around in, and her husband still had it. As I continued to watch, I saw her husband and the kids walk up to the front door of the house and go in. A moment or two later, I saw my friend get out of the car and walk to the door. I couldn't believe what I was seeing, but I knew for sure that it was her. I knew because when she got to the front door, she turned, looked at me, and waved. Then she, too, went into the house. I think she was telling me that everything was okay. I'll never forget that. When my dad died in 1979, it was sudden and without warning. He was entering his bedroom to lay down and take a nap. My aunt and I heard the thud when he hit the small rocking chair and then the floor. I looked at him and knew that he was dead before he hit the floor. His routine each morning, starting at 5 o'clock, he got out of bed, got dressed, then walked through the living room, through the small swinging doors into the kitchen. He would go over to the chair between the small table and kitchen counter, plug in his coffee pot, sit down, and wait for the first cup to brew. When he pulled the chair out, it always made a slight scraping sound. After the funeral, I stayed on for a while in the back bedroom, just down a short hallway. The first time it happened, I wasn't sure how to react, nor if it had really happened. 5 o'clock in the morning, I came awake with the realization that someone was in the house. I crept out of bed, grabbed the flashlight, and tried to silently head toward the living room. The telephone was there, and I could call the police. When I got there, no one was there. I searched the house over. No one. I went back to bed thinking it must have been a dream. I was also coming down with influenza and figured that I had hallucinated. 3 nights later, 5 o'clock in the morning, I'm awake listening to footsteps. I had just gotten out of bed when I heard the swinging doors of the kitchen. I managed to sneak down the short hallway, flipped on the light, and nothing. Okay, and this went on for the rest of the week, until finally I just lay in bed, listening to the sounds, and then it took a horrific turn. I heard the chair at the table scrape out, and then the smell of coffee brewing filled the air. I could even hear the coffee pot brewing. I just lay there in bed, not knowing what to think, trying to not start screaming. Why, I'll never know. And after a few minutes, there was silence and no coffee smell. This went on for 3 nights. I called a friend of mine to come over and spend the night. I told him that I was trying to just recover from my dad's death and needed someone around. He agreed. He woke me up the next morning a few minutes after 5. "Billy," he whispered, "there's someone in the house." I calmed him down and told him to just sit on the bed and wait. And sure enough, we heard footsteps into the kitchen, the scrape of the chair, and the strong smell of brewing coffee. He quietly followed me in the dark to the kitchen. I turned on the light, and nothing. The coffee pot was not on. The chair hadn't been moved. The next move was quick and decisive. Robert was dressing, heading out of the bedroom door entrance to the outside, and he says, "I don't know what's going on here, and I don't give a fuck. I'm out of here." After 2 more days of the visits, I walked into the kitchen, stood in the middle of the floor, and shouted, "Dad, you can't keep doing this. You're dead. You died. Please, I love you and I miss you, but please go away. Go wherever you're supposed to go. I can't keep going through this with you." And then I broke down and cried like a baby. The visit stopped at that moment. No more. I've often wondered if sometimes when we die, if it's monstrously sudden, do we realize that we're dead? Do we try to continue on as if nothing out of the way has happened? Do we have to be told that we're dead and that we need to move on? I don't know the answer to these questions, but I do know what I experienced, and I know that Robert would never set foot in the house again, and he would never talk about that morning. In 2017, my sister, Candace, was murdered during one of her husband's drunken rages. Let's call him Earl. For years, we begged her to leave him, but he was always sorry, and he always convinced her to stay. Then the inevitable happened. It happened on a Thursday night. Oh, he didn't mean to kill her. We knew that he would never do it on purpose. After all, who would cook his dinners, wash his clothes, if not Candace? But then he finally hit her one too many times, and my sister was the one who paid the price. We pay for it too. I'll always feel like we should have done more, but she's the one who will never get to see London or write a book. That's all she really wanted from life. She called me the night it happened. Earl was mad because she cooked a casserole instead of a roast. The dumbest thing. But the fight was supposed to be over by then. When we spoke, he was nodding off in his recliner, and he didn't usually get up again after that. We talked for about 20 minutes before Candace said that she was going to bed, and everything seemed fine when we said goodbye. At 1:42 a.m., I woke up to my mom calling. I thought my dad must have had a heart attack, but no, my sister was dead. A neighbor heard their fight and called the police, but they arrived too late. Earl had fractured her skull, causing her brain to bleed, and she passed away en route to the hospital. I did not handle it well. We were only 2 years apart, so we grew up as best friends. We told each other everything, did everything together, and then she was just gone. It's not much consolation given the price, but for what it's worth, Earl got life in prison. I spiraled into a deep depression. If not for my partner, I don't think I would have survived the first week. The funeral was particularly difficult. I couldn't stop crying, and I didn't want to live anymore. I couldn't eat or sleep. That night, I laid in bed trying to sob quietly so as to not to wake my partner. And I thought, this sounds crazy, but I tried to summon my sister. As kids, we would say that we were as close as twins and try to summon each other with our minds. We actually convinced ourselves that it worked a few times, but we hadn't done it since we were little. I don't really know how to describe exactly what I did. I've never been so desperate for something in my life. I reached out with my very soul, and I begged the universe to let me know Candace was okay. That somewhere, somehow, in some form, she still existed. And it was that exact moment that a glowing white orb came through the wall and hovered above the foot of my bed. I thought I must have been dreaming and woke my partner, but once they saw it too, I started bawling in earnest. It was really her. She only stayed with us for a minute before floating back through the wall, and we never saw her again. But that's what allowed me to finally begin some semblance of healing. I was worried that a shared dream theory would bother me later, so I used my fingernail to scratch a small C into the nightstand before going to sleep. Now, every time I feel overwhelmed with grief, I look at it and feel comforted, knowing I'll see her again one day. There's nothing worse than losing someone you love. Life is so short. Please don't take each other for granted. You truly never know when you might be sharing your final conversation. These stories were told to me and my siblings by our dad. Me and my twin were 11 or 12 at the time, so I'll be going off memory. Anyway, my dad was a wild card when he was young, and he thought that a spooky graveyard was the ideal date spot like most people back in those days. The Bull's Lament. There was once a farmer who had a prized bull in life. The farmer loved the bull so much that when he died, he wanted the bull to be killed and buried beside him. He also wanted a monument of the proud bull placed over their graves to watch over them for all eternity. Most folk during that time thought the farmer was crazed for thinking such a wish, yet that didn't stop them from honoring his wish. When the farmer passed, the bowl was put down and placed right beside him. The monument was then placed over them, just as the farmer wished. I'm not sure how many years went by until my dad's experience, so I apologize for not having any idea when it happened, possibly when he was in his early to mid-20s. My dad liked to hang out in the nearby graveyard with several of his friends. It was like their own playground where they could just play army men and pranks. One night in particular, he and one of my uncles were just relaxing until they heard it. The sound of a bull crying out, either in anger or anguish. They looked at one another and decided to see where it came from. They followed the noise to the monument, only to find nothing. It was then that they heard the bull roar somewhere nearby, before the sound of charging hooves running towards them. Dad said they ran the hell out of the graveyard and back to their car. The man in a top hat and cape. Another story my dad told me happened when he and one of my uncles took their dates to the graveyard. They parked their car in one of the turnoffs and proceeded to make their own lover's lane. Things were getting serious when one of their dates noticed a green fog begin surrounding their car. All four of them sat frozen, watching the mist grow even further in thickness. Soon, they began to hear strange thuds striking the car. It was then that Dad decided to turn the key and get out of there as soon as possible. He was then surprised to find a man dressed in a top hat and a cape standing directly in front of their car, smiling at them. The thudding on the car began to become even worse, scaring their dates. Dad hit the gas pedal and drove forward directly toward the man, hoping that he would move out of the way. Instead of moving, the man stood still, allowing the car to drive through him. Dad stopped the car some distance past where the man had stood and looked through the back window. To his surprise, he saw the man still standing there, unharmed with the same grin. The man began to gesture for Dad to try again, but Dad decided to just drive out of there for several miles in silence. As I said, I was either 11 or 12, so I'm going off of memory. I don't remember the name of the cemetery, but I do remember being told many other experiences from what happened, aside from these two stories. I'll have to share those next. Howdy. I'm not close with my parents. Dad left when I was young. Mom's an addict that I've recently dissolved my relationship with after multiple heartbreaks, lies, and relapses. This all being said, I'm realizing in my 30s that I have absolutely no clue about my family health history. So I have virtually no idea if I'm susceptible to diabetes, cancers, or any other genetic health condition I should be watching out for during this period of life. Besides addiction. I'm sure I got that one, so I've never bothered to test it. Anyway, I haven't really thought about this part too much until recently. I finally reached the age where they'll be poking around down there, if you know what I mean. So, at my doctor's appointment, the doctor asked me about my father's health. I said I don't know. He gave me a wince and apologized, but that truly didn't bother me. I could give a fuck less about my dad, but it would be helpful to know if he had any scary health problems. After that appointment, I drove home. I experienced something that I've been experiencing. My wife was still at work. We live in a one-story rambler. The front door enters into our living room, and we have a big 85-inch Samsung TV stationed on the wall across from the door. It essentially acts as a black mirror when it's turned off. Walking in, I unconsciously glance up at the dark screen. In its reflection, I can see the couch down to the edge of the coffee table. I also notice a person standing next to the arm of the couch. The screen isn't a vivid reflection, but it's enough to clearly see the figure standing there. I blink and squint, and it's gone. This has happened before, and to unspook myself, I try to believe that it's some eye goop that's clouded my retina, and continue about my afternoon. Like I said, this wasn't the first time I saw someone standing in the black reflection. I'd say it's been a solid 3 months of me seeing these shadow entities more frequently, and they're not all in the reflection. Several weeks before I even made an appointment with my doctor, I opened the door to the closet, and I felt the pressure of a cat walking through my legs, out from the open door. The sensation made me look down, and I swore I saw a black tail disappear behind my denim jeans. We don't have any animals. I don't know if I'm alone here, but I'm sure that we've all seen things that we think are shadows out of the corner of our eye, once or twice. Again, I'd just chalk those up to that pareidolia thing, but with how often I've been seeing these things, and how they're not just immediately vanishing anymore, I'm scared this could be a mental health thing, which is another reason I've been establishing care with a doctor. I don't want to scare my wife, and I really don't want to tell just any doctor that I'm seeing things, but I haven't experienced any other hallucinations outside my home either. I'm not really sure which route to take as of right now, but I know that I'm not feeling good about these things. I never put much stock into the paranormal, but at this point, I guess it could be a relief. Has anyone ever experienced anything like this? Update. First of all, thanks for anyone who read this and either gave advice or just offered sincere words. I really appreciate it. Secondly, apologies because this update is actually going to be likely longer than my original story. I'm sorry for the delay, but I did end up taking the advice of a lot of people, which was that I should let my wife know what's going on. I kinda knew this was the right move, but understand I was just genuinely afraid of making her afraid, but you all are right. If there's something wrong with me, she needs to know. And if there's something wrong with our house, she needs to know that too. Needless to say, she initially handled it super well. In fact, things just got a lot more interesting, and I guess less scary, for me. I told my wife about the stuff I'd been experiencing, and when I mentioned the cat, she stopped me, grabbed my arm, and said, "No way." I wasn't sure if she was just excited about the story or what, but I told her, yeah, for sure, that happened. Before saying anything else besides, oh my God, she gets up from where we're sitting and grabs her phone. She puts the phone on speakerphone and sets it between us, and that's when I see she's calling her best friend, Jess. I'm confused, so I ask her what she's doing, but before she can answer, Jess answers the phone, and as soon as she does, my wife asks her to please retell the story of what happened to her 3 months ago when she was staying with us. The first thing Jess does is scoff a little and asks my wife, "Oh, so now you believe me." But then she goes right into the story. Jess was staying with us a couple of weeks, visiting from Massachusetts, where my wife and I are originally from. Well, apparently while Jess was here, she had an experience. Both my wife and I were at work, but Jess was getting ready in our room. My wife has a big vanity in our bathroom, which is in our room. While she was sitting there doing her makeup, she felt something brush against her leg. Knowing we didn't have any pets, Jess said that she screamed right away, and then when she looked down, she saw a black tail between her feet. It quickly disappeared behind her the moment she looked down. Only, there's nowhere for anything to disappear to. She said the bathroom door was closed, so she expected to see something running around. After doing a few 360s, she sits back down and calls my wife to tell her the story. My wife thought that it was weird, but figured it was just her friend being in a new space. Maybe it was the tie to her robe, or a towel, or any other number of things. She even suggested her friend dropped a makeup brush, which then brushed against her leg, all of which Jess shut down the first time and continued to shut down on this call. When my wife told Jess about my experience, she kind of freaked out. She made me tell her my story from the top. And when I mentioned the TV shadow not being a one-time thing, she flat out told us that our house was haunted or something. So, I guess that's about where we've landed. I'm a lot less afraid for some reason. Like, I know this is technically terrifying, and neither my wife or me really know what to do to resolve the problem, but I really wasn't looking forward to losing my mind. The problem now is that I can tell that my wife is a little bit paranoid, and though she's also happy I'm not crazy, she's scared of whatever this thing is. Ever since I told her, she keeps asking me if I've seen anything again, where it is, and what it looks like. I tell her every time something happens, but I think that's making things worse. She's starting to ask lots of questions on the internet, and then coming to me with essentially various possibilities. She's obsessing over the fact that she hasn't seen anything like a shadow, but constantly feels like she's being watched. I've tried to do small things that she suggested, rearranging the furniture to a more welcoming and protective feng shui, invested in crystals, but now she wants to get crosses and invite a priest in. Some of you originally recommended that route, so I guess it's officially time to do something about it. If anyone has suggestions on the real right place to start, or even an actual connection in New England, I'd love those recommendations. I'll be sure to update this if anything comes about, but in the meantime, I appreciate the kindness from strangers on the internet. I don't really have anyone else besides my wife to talk to about this, so thank you. An uncle of mine works at a software company in India. Last night he called my father, but it went to voicemail because he was asleep. Today at breakfast, we were all in the dining room. I was helping my mother clear the table while my father finished getting ready for work. He remembered that my uncle had called and left a voicemail, so he put the phone on speaker while he was fastening the buttons on his shirt. When the voicemail started to play, the sound was distorted from the amount of volume on the other side. We could hear men and women yelling all around my uncle as he tried to leave the message for my dad. We couldn't understand what he was saying, and after 30 or 40 seconds, the phone turned off and the message ended. At once, my father stopped what he was doing and picked up the phone to call my uncle. He turns off the speaker and presses it against his ear when it starts to ring. Then I watch his look of panic melt when my uncle answers the phone. He says, "I just listened to your message. Are you okay?" My uncle tells him that the company he works for was celebrating an anniversary, and the CEOs rented out a large stage at a movie studio to host the event. Everyone was sitting at tables, talking with one another and watching the giant LED screens on stage. Now, it's known within the family that my uncle possesses the ability to interact with spirits. More so, spirits tend to interact with my uncle a lot. He's had this ability since he and my father were children. When their grandmother died, she told my uncle where her will had been filed, days after the funeral was held. They call them bhutas in India, restless spirits that walked out of the light, instead choosing to stay on Earth and influence the living for good and bad intentions. On the phone, still talking to my dad, my uncle tells him that the place where this event took place was saturated in negative energy, a place no god had claimed. Way above their heads were rows of large metal rafters with automated lasers and spotlights pointed at the floor of the stage. My uncle says through the glare of the lights, he could see the bhutas in the darkest parts near the ceiling, sitting on the metal beams. These inky black figures were also waiting for the show to start. Soon, everyone's attention was directed towards the stage, as rounds of pyrotechnics shot bursts of flames into the air. Then the spotlights all turned up and moved together to make one singular circle. Focused in the beam of light was a large green cage, hoisted high above the center stage. The bars were equipped with fireworks that began to shower down fountains of sparks. The crowd erupted with cheers and claps. Then, from the scaffolding bridge, the CEO and another man walk into the green cage, waving at the excited audience. The cage was intended to lower the men down onto the stage for a grand entrance. The machine comes to life, and the green cage starts shaking and wobbling. Both men grab the railings as they're almost knocked off balance. Gasps were heard, but the CEO never stopped smiling, and the crowd kept cheering. The cage shakes again. This time, one of the cables snapped, turning the cage sideways. The sudden failure sends both of the men tumbling over the railing of the cage, falling more than 20 feet to the ground. My uncle says it was obvious the CEO was dead by the way he had landed. And then it got loud. There was confusion as well from anyone who had not witnessed the event. Confusion and panic. It created absolute chaos for several minutes. My uncle found a safe space against a wall, avoiding being rushed by a group of employees and their families. That's when he finally decided to call my father. He'd already had his phone in his hand, having almost called him earlier when he'd seen the Bhutas. He felt like something was going to happen and wanted to speak to his family. Now that something had happened, my uncle felt he might be in danger. He was physically safe against the wall, but he feared if he moved at all, the Bhutas would find a way to target him. Just as he had that thought, his phone was knocked from his hands and away from him. He knew it wasn't safe to move. Some people may call that paranoia, but I don't think so. My uncle has had experiences prior to this, ones I mentioned earlier and others. I think he has the right to be a little wary of such things. Needless to say, he did escape unharmed, and the company's president, the other man, was critically injured but survived the accident. Still, it's all very unfortunate, and I think it's rather chilling in more than one way. Thanks for reading. This happened in Crystal Lake in Virginia Beach. I drove out with a girlfriend for a dose of nature and beauty before the sunset. As it started to get dark, we realized it was close to closing time, and the park entry gate would soon be shut. There were no other cars or people around. We jumped in our car and started driving toward the gate to exit the park. On the way towards the gate, we passed a young girl sitting on the side of the road, on a cement block. She was dressed in a conservative, long dress, like something from the turn of the century. She was holding a large red ball. She was pale and thin, with long brown hair. Strangely, she didn't look towards us or acknowledge us at all. Just stared straight ahead, across from where she was sitting. What was she doing out there, with no urgency to leave the park? As we drove on, we saw a strange man ahead of us, in the middle of the road. He was intentionally blocking our path, and he too was dressed from a different era, wearing suspenders over a filthy white shirt and black pants. He was waving his arm for us to stop. As we got closer and slowed down, we could see that he wasn't hurt or needing help. He looked angry and aggressive, and his face was scary as hell. So we sped around him. He turned and started running after our car. We hit the gas and barely made it out of the gate before it was locked for the night. We never went back there again. When my son was born, I lived in a house that was 110 years old. It was a beautiful home that had been restored to its original beauty. It had solid walls, high ceilings, huge comfortable rooms, and a swinging door between the dining room and living room. There were a few times that I'd catch something in my peripheral vision, a flash, a slight movement, etc. I didn't really dwell on it as I had other things that required my attention, being the single mother of a young child. One evening, after a very long day at work, my son was about 6 months old at the time. I had him upstairs with me in my bedroom watching a movie. The swinging door in the kitchen swooshed. We usually kept it propped open. I didn't think much about it, thinking it was my roommate closing it for some reason. Then it happened again, and again, and again. It kept happening. I went to the top of the stairs and called my roommate's name a couple of times. No answer. The door kept swooshing. I called my roommate on her cell phone. She was over a block away at a friend's house, and they came over immediately. They had 911 already dialed on the phone, ready to dial the next one because we thought someone was in that big house, someone that shouldn't be. There was no one there, but oddly enough, there was a gas leak. The whole downstairs reeked of gas. I don't know what or who swooshed that door, but I do know that if my son and I had gone to sleep without knowing there was a gas leak, it's quite possible I wouldn't be writing this today. I guess this is why I say or think that not all spirits are scary or bad. Sometimes I think they act as mysterious guardian angels. At least, in my case, they did. I've had a few experiences, but this one happened not too long ago. I've been going to therapy for quite some time. At this point, I'd been with my current therapist for maybe 2 years. I was making progress and was really impressed with how much she'd been able to help me. She had 2 young kids who would come to her office on days when there was no school. There was a playroom set up across from her office. Usually a nanny would accompany the kids. There was never any disruption to our sessions, even though the children were young. I was almost as impressed by that as I was by her obvious skills. This day, she came in with her 2 kids and started upstairs. A much older woman was between her and her kids. I thought that she must have gotten a new nanny. She told me to come up and we settled in for our session, except I had an overwhelming feeling of sadness. I asked her if she was okay. She told me that she was, but, of course, she would say that because she has boundaries. I was looking past her at the closet with a dark wooden door when the strangest thing happened. The older woman that I'd seen behind her kids sort of materialized into the wood grain and then stepped forward behind my therapist. She put her hand on her shoulder. I asked my therapist if she was okay. She assured me she was. Then the older woman seemed to notice me. She spoke. "Tell her I'm okay." I pretended I didn't hear her. She said louder, "Tell her I'm okay." This time I said, "No." This was all happening not out loud, but telepathically. It's very hard to explain. I guess it's sort of like having your head and your heart working simultaneously. I didn't want to tell her that her dead mother was standing behind her, asking me to give her a really bland message from the beyond. I might have been willing to take a chance had she said, tell her about the time when she was 5 and we went to the beach and had a fish boil, or anything that wasn't so mundane. But I'm okay. I don't know. I asked my therapist one more time, and with greater urgency, "Are you sure you're okay?" This time she said, "Well, I just found out before I came to work that someone close to me died." I thought, yeah, no kidding. I told her I was sorry, and that we certainly didn't need to finish the session, since I also knew it was her mother, and she probably needed to make some sort of arrangements. Meanwhile, her mother continued to talk to me. Here's the thing. This is my therapist, not a friend, and I really liked her as a therapist. I didn't really want to tell her that I was seeing things. I also didn't want to pass on a message from the beyond, because it seemed like a really big boundary problem. I left. She told me she'd be gone for several weeks. In the ensuing weeks, I was obsessing about the message from her mother. Keep in mind, my therapist never told me who had died. When she came back to work, I scrounged up my courage and told her what had happened. I described what the woman had looked like, what she was wearing, what she said. I told her I knew it was a pretty bland message, but I had to tell her because I couldn't quit hearing it, and I had to say it out loud to her. She looked absolutely astonished. She told me that when her father passed, her mother would say, "I just wish I knew he was okay." It had become something that she obsessed about over the years. The message, "I'm okay," it meant a lot to her and her siblings. Go figure. When I was about 14, I lived in an old house that once belonged to my great-grandmother. Right next door was an even older house that was once home to my great-grandmother's mother, Mama Roberts. Mama Roberts was dead, and I always suspected that she may have died in the house, because there was a creepy feel whenever you were in that house. We mostly used the house for storage, but there was also a ping pong table, and my friends would come over and we'd play ping pong in the house. One day, my friends and I were playing ping pong and it started to get late, so we turned off the lights in the house, my friends went home, and I went back to my house. After an hour or so, my parents called me and told me that the light was on in the house, right where we were playing ping pong. I was sure that I'd turned off the light, but I stepped outside. I saw that dark, scary house with the light on in the room where we had been. The thought of going into that house in the dark gave me goosebumps all over. I was very scared, but almost for no reason. And then I had a thought. Mama Roberts is my relative. She wouldn't hurt me. Her spirit may even be able to help me if she had the chance. So I shouted out to the house and said, "Mama Roberts, I left the light on. Can you turn the light off?" That instant, the light went off. It still creeps me out, and that was 22 years ago. Once upon a time, when I was young and dumb and extremely drunk, my college dorm mates and I decided to make a Ouija board and contact the spirits that we suspected lived in our large old dorm building. We had heard stories, which turned out to be true, that our dorm had been many things before the city sold the building to our school for next to nothing, because no one else wanted it. The stories went like this. Our school had been an old TB hospital originally. This story was bolstered by the fact that we had a crematorium in the basement, complete with 2 large, dark, people-cooking ovens. This door was always locked, but we'd gotten in there to view this macabre wonder several times. Supposedly, there was a nurse who had worked at the hospital, whose husband had left her for a woman he'd met during the war, and so she hated men. This will become relevant later. We found a gurney in some back room. It was old and completely made of metal. The kind of thing that could have easily transported the dead from anywhere to that cold crematorium. The last thing that the building had been before the school gained possession was a not-so-nice brothel. Rumor had it that a prostitute had been slain by her pimp in the creepy elevator, one that was so dangerous it had to be drywalled up long ago. There was supposed to be blood splatter still on the walls. Throughout the place, walls were where they weren't supposed to be, added for convenience and space over time. The basement, which was a series of small rooms, had once been one big room, with only the crematorium as an extra body storage. The nursing station was on the 2nd floor, and those rooms were safer. Rocking chairs rocked, posters stared, etc. We decided to contact the spirits of the dead the hard, drunk way. No store-bought Ouija board for us. We got a large piece of wood that was cut into a square, and we cut our hands like lunatics and drew the letters in blood. Then we used a convenient shot glass for the planchette and got about the business of contacting the dead. It moved, of course, and everybody blamed everyone else. I was drunk scared, though, which translates to absolutely terrified. We talked to a little boy first, who wouldn't tell us his name, and seemed almost as scared as I was of something. He kept saying that he shouldn't talk to us because 9 was coming. We laughed, accused each other of messing around with the thing, and kept going, because you're chicken shit if you don't, right? Eventually, 9 showed up, and I don't remember a whole lot about what that thing said, but I do remember that it hated on this one guy in our group so much that it was noticeable it didn't appreciate his presence. He was super cute and went through girls like people go through tissues when they have a bad cold. We disbanded our little Ouija experiment soon after that, going our separate ways to our separate rooms. That night, that guy, the one that 9 was hating on, had a nightmare. It was loud enough to wake us all. He said that thing visited him in the night. It claimed they were watching him and were disgusted by him, going as far as choking him to the point that he thought he was going to die. She was wearing a nurse's uniform. So I've got a question for the men out there. And I just emphasize men because I don't want comments from little boys or giga-chads. Just good old-fashioned real answers. Let's say you're dating a lady who's independently middle class, owns her own home from a recent settlement that went in her favor, and she's smoking hot. But her house might be haunted. Is that a deal breaker? Over the years, after my first marriage dissolved, we were married young, I've only seriously dated a few men off and on, all ending after they'd visit and spend time here. My first husband was a writer. We purchased our house in 2013. It's a few hours to get anywhere from any direction. Originally, the isolation was preferable over our flat in Queens. It was less than a month after moving our stuff into the house when activity started. Disembodied footsteps walking through the wooden halls while both of us would be sitting downstairs. Doors would open and close on every floor, not simultaneously, but it's as if they were living alongside us, going about their days and nights as we did ours. The radio and other electronics have turned on randomly. The radio specifically, though, has turned on at 2 different times when the station was playing a certain song. Both times the radio turned on, it was while the house was mostly quiet, so each time it happened, my attention honed in on it. Neither of us had a problem with it, though. We embraced it a little by naming the spirits, because this house is old as fuck. We named them Ethel and Jim. It feels like there's 2 of them living here. Sometimes the female voice we dubbed Ethel would whisper in the kitchen and open the cupboards, but the heavy footsteps we believe to be from the one we named Jim. Since the divorce, I've continued my coexistence with them in harmony. All in all, however, these happenings are rare and genuinely insignificant to daily living. Listing the occurrences bunched all together like this makes it sound like I'm living in a carnival funhouse. I'm not, I promise. The spirits and I do not communicate. In all honesty, I did try once, though, and I really didn't like the way it made me feel. I don't want to go off on a tangent, but if I'm going to attempt to enlighten, I need to be outright with my experience, if only to ward off the men from the boys. I was once leaned up against the wall of the dining room reading a book. On the wall next to me, I hear a soft bump bump. For reasons unknown, I'm compelled to make a fist and replicate the bump bump pattern back on the wall. As soon as I do, it's like the vibrations of the room shook with panic. Dread instantly filled my chest. It felt as if I'd broken something. I became paranoid and swore that I heard footsteps leave the area I was in, like I'd scared them. I decided never to try that again. If you've reached this point, congratulations. You've lasted longer than a few of my most recent relationships. But for reals, aside from me being this hilarious, my question to the men, do you see all of this and think red flags? Should I just start acting just as surprised as them when shit happens? Like I haven't already named these ghosts? Honestly, I'm not a witch who lives in the forest. If you can assist me on these questions, I'd be forever grateful. Bonus if you know a potential suitor in the lower state of Jefferson, known as Northern California and Southern Oregon. Please send him this for me. And thanks to anyone else who read this too. I went to high school in northern Kentucky for a couple of years. Me being bored with little friends, didn't really know what else to do other than take my bike out and go explore the mountainous roads near home. In the middle of summer, I left about 8 a.m. and set out for a nearby town. At about 11 a.m., I realized that I was getting pretty thirsty, and when I looked down at the cup holder, I panicked. I'd forgotten my water bottle on the kitchen counter. These are the foothills of the Appalachians. There's gotta be a stream somewhere, right? I dropped the bike near the side of the road and covered it with leaves, started walking towards what I hoped was a stream at the bottom of the hill. There were streams everywhere, so I hoped there would be some water. When I got to the bottom, sure enough, there was a stream. Or at least there was when it rained, because it was all dried up. I had a splitting headache. I could hardly think clearly. I didn't know what to do, so I prayed. To this day, I've only prayed for 4 things in my entire life, and this was the first one. I just prayed for water, or guidance to a house, or a store, or someone to possibly drive by, something to drink. Halfway back up the hill, a man in a suit walked out from a tree, like, no shit, right there in front of me, and said, "You look thirsty. Would you like some water?" And he held out a bottled water. I didn't notice that he was wearing a suit at the time. I didn't care that it was so random. I just took it and drank it. He gave me directions to a house about 10 minutes away, told me that they'd give me a lift home. I thanked him I don't know how many times and started walking up the hill, thinking that he was right behind me. Only he wasn't, and I didn't notice until I got to the top and sat down in the shade, cooling off. I sat there thinking for a few minutes about how random that was. And wait, was that guy wearing a suit? Yes, he was. What the fuck? After 10 minutes of me trying to figure it out rationally, I just gave up and continued on to the house that he'd given me directions to. Maybe they knew him. I found the house, and they gave me some Gatorade and a lift home with my bike in the back of their truck. Along the way, we made some small talk. I told them about the man in the suit. They looked at each other, and it got awkward. Well, they can think I'm crazy or not. I don't care as long as I can get home. The air conditioning felt great, and I just looked out the window the last bit before I got to my parents' house. The wife spoke up and asked me, what did the man look like? I told her what I'd noticed. His hair, the tattoo on his hand. She started to break down crying, told me to shut up. Not in a mean way, just impassionately to shut up. The man looked at me in the rear view, told me about how their son had died near their house in a freak accident. And my description, it sounded just like him. Then they sort of apologized, told me not to take offense, that it probably wasn't him. They were backtracking. Now they thought that I thought they were crazy. But I don't know that I did. Was it him? I'll never know. I don't even know where I was. Was it an answer to my prayer? Maybe. I just don't know. I have no rational explanation, only a memory. I was with a new friend from work, walking up to his front door. I'd been there a few times. He unlocks the door and opens it, but pulls off his backpack before we walk in. He's digging inside his bag when I look into the house and I see what looks like a dog. I ask him, "Did you get a dog?" "No." He looks up from his pack and his face drops. We take a couple of steps inside the house and this thing sprints towards us. Like any dog that gets excited when its human has come home. As it got closer, it became immediately clear to me that this was a ghost dog. It looked like a moving pencil drawing in mid-air. There was no temperature change or anything to alert your senses, aside from seeing it. Anyway, like I said, the dog was super excited, running in circles through our legs, jumping up on us, mainly my buddy. We're double and triple checking with each other. "You see it?" Yeah, it's right here. You see it. I see it. This goes on for at least a couple minutes before the dog leaves out the back door. My buddy at this point is a little distraught. I ask him what's going on. He tells me that that was his dog. That dog had died giving birth. We're still in the living room talking about what had just happened when the dog comes through the back door. Only this time, following the dog are 5 little balls of white light at about puppy height. She walks over to us and the light balls follow. Needless to say, this blew my mind, and at that point, my friend had lost it, started crying. My buddy and I still talk about this, and believe it or not, he says that he's never seen any other kind of ghost in his life, and he never saw this one again. At one point in time, I was an embalmer for a large chain of funeral homes in the city. My embalming suite was on the 3rd floor of an ancient building. It had once been 2 houses that were later combined into a mortuary. There were old sepia-tinted photographs of the horse-drawn hearse out front on the cobblestone street in one of the back storerooms. So this place had had a lot of bodies that had come in and out of its doors by the time I was employed. At that business, our policy was to embalm ASAP, no waiting until the break of dawn to begin if someone should pass in the evenings. It just tends to go better if the tissue isn't refrigerated cold. So there were many times that I'd be alone past midnight in that creepy old place. We had a little apartment in the attic that we embalmers could go up and use for sleep, given our erratic schedule. I was fine once up the stairs, but every time I went up them, I had a panicked feeling of being chased or pursued. I'd stumble run up the flight each time and got a fair bit of ribbing from my colleagues for it too. The only incident, though, that can't be written off to imagination happened late one evening when I wasn't alone. My colleague was finishing a difficult embalming that had taken him some time. He had a routine in place that always ended with him washing the instruments and lying them on a towel, neat and precise rows of stainless steel. He had OCD, I suspect, because he would sooner be late to an appointment than not leave them in this manner. He was exiting the suite when I arrived with the next client. He told me he was going up to the apartment for a rest and to let him know if I needed help. I waved him off. As I was wheeling in the deceased to the suite, we both heard it. Giggles, distinct giggling of multiple children, coming from down a floor in the lobby area. We looked at each other, my eyes wide, his puzzled and squinting. Wordlessly, we walked to the hall that allowed us to see down the stairs into the lobby. It was dark and silent. We crept down the stairs. Nothing. No one but us two. My coworker shrugged and we went back upstairs. I reached the door of the suite and pushed it open. Nobody was there, but I did see something that made me call out for my colleague. His instruments were in a jumbled pile on the towel. Not only jumbled, they were hooked together strangely, like a blade through a scissor handle and a hemostat clamped onto a needle. He sauntered into the suite at my calls and stopped short seeing the instruments. Jaw dropped. Needless to say, I allowed him to help me embalm so that we could both get the heck out of there. I may be a fully grown adult female now, but I've had a crippling fear of doctors, especially surgeons, since I was a teenager. I got this fear because my best friend died when we were 14, and my family doesn't believe in therapy, just smiling. Dee was born with a lot of health issues, so she was always sickly growing up, but things got really bad in 8th grade. I was staying the night with her when things got so bad that she had to go to the hospital at 2 a.m. The doctors took a lot of blood and ran various tests, only to determine that she had appendicitis. They took her into surgery, promising the procedure was completely routine, should only take about an hour. Her mother, Penny, and I sat in the waiting room and played cards to pass the time, but an hour came and went without any updates. Only after Penny begged the nurse to check on Dee did one of the doctors come to speak to her. The procedure was a success, but Dee's condition didn't improve. Now her kidneys were failing, and the doctor rushed her back into surgery without answering any more questions. Within the next 20 minutes, Dee's entire family was there helping her raise hell. Her aunt was a nurse and said the whole situation reeked of a screw-up. 2 hours later, we got the news. Dee was gone. That was one of the darkest nights of my life. I had just been holding her hand before the surgery, joking about how much we would play up the whole experience into something melodramatic once we got back to school. Her parents hired a lawyer, and we learned that there was never a problem with Dee's appendix at all. When they opened her up, it was completely fine, but they took it out anyway. The stress her body endured exacerbated her actual problem, her failing kidneys. They removed one and were in the process of removing the second when she passed away. Fast forward a year. I'm in 9th grade, and my arch nemesis is a girl named Hillary. She was the cliché, bitchy, popular type, and her mom happened to be a nurse at the hospital where Dee had passed away. Well, Hillary started telling everyone that Dee's ghost was haunting the operating floor. Her mom saw her. I was pissed. I was a full-blown hardcore skeptic, and no words were going to convince me that Hillary wasn't just using Dee to garner attention. I walked right into the circle of girls, pushed Hillary into a locker, and promised to knock her teeth out if she ever said Dee's name again. She swore she was telling the truth, so I hit her, and then 4 other girls jumped on my back and beat the shit out of me. They tried to suspend me for breaking Hillary's nose. I missed her front teeth, but I was covered in bruises, and my lip was swollen from the other 4 girls, so my parents demanded they also be suspended. Obviously, the school didn't want to suspend their cheerleaders, so none of us were suspended. Instead, we got a stern talking to. Over the years, random stories would spread of people seeing Dee's ghost, and I always blamed Hillary for starting the rumor in the first place. We gave each other hell all the way through graduation, and I celebrated the last time I'd have to see her. Now, fast forward again, 2 years ago. I went home for Christmas and got T-boned by a Charger running a red light. The ride to the hospital was a blur, but I needed emergency surgery. Afterwards, I was taken to a recovery room where I slowly began regaining consciousness. Before I opened my eyes, I became aware of someone sitting on the bed, holding my hand. Thinking it was my mother, I opened my eyes to see Dee smiling at me. All I could do was stare in shocked silence until she disappeared. A nurse came in a moment later and shook me back to reality. She was also my best friend during our junior and senior year of high school and wanted to be there when I woke up. I probably wouldn't have said anything if it had been a stranger, but as soon as I realized my nurse was Lizzie, it just spilled out of me. The way she looked at me made me think that I'd been having some sort of hallucination from all the drugs. But then she said that she had seen Dee too. Most of the nurses had. When she learned I was on the floor, she asked the staff not to mention Dee because of my history with Hillary. She didn't want anyone to upset me by mistake. Apparently, Dee often checks in on patients coming in and out of surgery, and sometimes while they're still in surgery. But they've never heard of her sitting on anyone's bed or holding their hand. All that time, it was true, but I just couldn't believe it. Every time I've gone home since, I stop and have lunch with Lizzie, and I like to think that Dee comes too.